Check 1, 2.
If you guys will stand and we'll have a prayer real quick. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and we thank you for the many blessings you've given us. We thank you for allowing us as stock show people to be able to come and enjoy what we do and to be good at it. We want to pray for the safety of everybody involved, and we want to pray for our military and those serving. We want to thank you for this night, and hopefully it follows with many blessings. In your name we pray, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Moore County Junior Livestock Show. As we get ready to start the dairy heifer, the heifer show, the steer show, and the sheep and goats. Thank y'all for coming out. Up first, we're going to start with the dairy heifers here shortly.
Well, good evening to you, and it's good to be in a really nice facility this evening. I tell you what, there's a pretty good change in weather from outside into here, and so it's nice to be in here, comfortable, to be able to sort through some good stock, but most importantly, I think to be able to work along a good set of young people. And what a nice way to start off the show here with the dairy class. And I think we got three nice females here to be able to sort through. We're going to start with our Holstein female there, one that's a very large-framed female that's opened up, I think, underneath through her pin set. That's still a very stylish heifer when you step off and study her from this view. I think a nice female to go ahead and win the class. Our heifer here that's going to end up in second in this particular class, a big barreled type of heifer. She's opened up in terms of her rib cage, has a nice set there to her pin set. Maybe she could be toned up just a little bit in terms of her condition. I didn't think that she was as long and as extended as what our heifer that wins the class, but still a nice female there to be in second. Heifer here that's going to close the class, still one that's got some style and some balance here when you study from the profile. I think of these three females, though, you get in behind her, she's probably the narrowest gauged heifer of the three, a female who's got just a little bit of extra set there to her hind leg, but still a nice female there. It's going to be in third and going to conclude the class here. Nice set of dairy females there, excellent set of young people. If you would please, let's show them our appreciation. Let's put a big round of applause together for them.
Test, 1, 2. Okay, folks, so in your dairy heifer show, you're going to have the grand champion being Brody McCracken, Ryan Pitts with the Holstein, which is going to win the breed champion on that. In the Jersey division, breed champion at second place in the division is Brody McCracken. Third place goes to Tanner Van Dyke, which is reserve breed Jersey. Now we're doing the showmanship. Your senior showman will be Tanner Van Dyke. Ladies and gentlemen, as this next class comes in, I'd like to introduce our judge tonight, Ty Gillespie. He is the assistant livestock judging coach at Clarendon College. He graduated from Clarendon College in Texas Tech, where he was a member of the livestock judging team for both colleges.
Well, just two shorthorn heifers here as we get off into the heifer show this evening, and I think two nice females here. We'll go ahead and start with our roan calf here to be our class winner and our breed champion as well. I think a female collects herself with a tremendous amount of balance and just attractiveness here from the profile. I think she's got an advantage over our heifer here in second, just in terms of the femininity, refinement up in terms of her head and the neck, and the way that it sits there on the top side of her shoulder. That heifer there progresses down to really an impressive amount of bone and foot as she stands underneath, and still, you get in behind her, I think she's opened up and bold and plenty dimensional. I think that female is really nice. It'll be fun to see how she progresses down and the future she has in front of her. The heifer that's going to be in second, bold, dimensional female, still balanced in terms of her look, maybe just a little bit plainer, just to the base of her chest, maybe out of her hip just a shot. She's presented a little bit heavier in terms of her condition probably for this stage of the game than just ideal, but still a nice female there, very functional in terms of her kind. A nice pair of shorthorn heifers there. If you would please, let's put a big hand of applause together for those two young people.
So your grand breed shorthorn goes to Riley Woodward, and reserve breed Macy Woodward.
Just two Hereford females here as we continue on the heifer show. I think two very nice females. Female that's going to win the class does so from this vantage point right here, and also as we get out and travel the cattle. I think this heifer here just really fun to look at in terms of the way she's put together. Love the refinement she's got up there in terms of her head, the top side of her neck. That heifer's still very fresh in terms of her look, the base of her chest. Love the silhouette that she gives to us. So, and then when you get out on the move, that's still a heifer that to me remains more level in terms of her top line. I think she's square in terms of her hock placement and just better in terms of her travel as well. A nice female there to be our class champion and our breed champion as well. Heifer here that is going to come in second. This is a bold, very opened up female. Stands on a lot of circumference of bone there at the surface. To me, though, compared to the heifer that wins the class, she's just a little bit coarser in terms of her face and just her shoulder. To me, you get her out in motion. She wants to roach there in the center portion of her spine. She ducks up underneath herself and wants to pull in at her hock ever so slightly, but still a nice female there that comes with plenty of just power and substance when you get in behind them. Nice pair of Hereford heifers there. If you would, please, let's put a round of applause together for those two young people.
Breed champion in the Hereford class heifers, Darren Sykes. Reserve breed goes to Rayleigh Woodward. Really a nice pair of March females here to be able to evaluate. And we're
going to go ahead and start out here with the streak-faced female to win. I think just from this vantage point right here, that heifer is one that collects herself with a great deal of balance. I think in comparison to the heifer there that's going to land in second in this class, she's just a bit longer and leveler in terms of her hip. I think she's a little bit deeper and softer in terms of just her rear rib and her flank. And to me, she's a little longer in terms of her muscle system as well. Now, I think when you get in behind the cattle, that's where this blue roan female's got an advantage. This heifer here really opened up in terms of her upper hip. Love just that female's turn to the upper portion of her rib. That heifer there's got a tremendous amount of power when you get in behind her. I think just with that extra substance, though, she's a little bit shorter and rounder in terms of her hip design. When she gets out and goes, she's maybe just a little bit tighter just in terms of her rear leg assembly, but still a nice female there that's very extended up front and has a great deal of substance when you get in behind her. Nice pair of March females there. Let's give those two young people a big round of applause and a nice class.
Heifers cross, young heifers. First place goes to Ruth Jones. Second place, Macy Woodward. Next, we'll have a class of cross heifers, all born in 2020.
Another nice class of females here, and a pair of September heifers go ahead and sort up. But for me, I think just from this vantage point, the side profile, that's where this heifer that leads the class off just really dominates the class in terms of her look, her style from the profile. Just her head and neck, the way that it sits on the top side of her shoulder, her length, her levelness, and her proportionality, I think really give her the advantage in this class. That's still a female there that's got volume and substance when you get in behind her. Moves well in terms of her feet and legs. I think a nice place to start in this particular set. Our Brockle, or kind of a motley-faced female here, is going to end up in second. I think still a nice functional female here. She's got body, she's got substance to her, moves well in terms of her feet and legs. I think really that's probably what gets her over the two females there that are going to conclude the class. For me, though, in comparison to the heifer that leads off, she's just not as striking or just not as unique in terms of her look from the profile. That's still a nice functional heifer there that's going to end up in second. Our heifer here in third is one that's extra feminine, extra refined there up through her front third, really flat in terms of her shoulder design. In comparison to those heifers that precede her, we just like to open her up in terms of just her rib and her substance. Get in behind her. We'd like to just give that female more power all the way through. We could drop her and just deepen her in terms of her flank and maybe stouten her in terms of her foundation just a shot. That's still a very feminine female that's got a nice look up front. I thought that was what gave her the edge over the heifer that's going to conclude the class. Heifer here, really long-bodied, really strong and level in terms of her top line. This is a female we just like to drop in terms of her flank, just give her more substance all the way through. In motion, I thought that heifer wanted to rise in terms of her top line just ever so slightly, maybe drop and get up underneath herself just ever so slightly, but still a nice long-bodied level type of female there to conclude. Nice class of females there. Let's go ahead and give those young people a big round of applause.
First place is going to go to Adrian Alacron. Second, Jackson Alexander. Third place, Riley Hadaway. Fourth, Blakely Sladick. Up next, we'll bring back from the young heifers, Ruth Jones, and from the older heifers, Adrian Alacron for the Grand Champion Drive. Breed Champion, excuse me.
We bring back two nice class winners out of those classes back here for consideration for our champion crossbred heifer. And I think that both nice females here. We'll discuss them just briefly. Our heifer that came out of the younger class, the first class there, I thought a heifer that collected herself with a great deal of balance there. Still had enough dimension when you get in behind her. I think that when you get her back out here and you compare to the female that won that second class, maybe she's just not as tall and as extended there up through the front third of her body. She's maybe a little bit thicker in terms of her neck and just not as unique as you study them from this vantage point. But I still think a heifer that's able to tie herself together awful nice still gets out and I think functional just in terms of her build. The heifer that came out of that second class I think was really kind of a unique female there. She's just extra feminine, extra refined up front. Heifer that's really flat in terms of her shoulder design, really extended up front. Heifer that's still long and level in terms of her design. Probably ideally we could maybe give that female just a little more grow and make her a little larger just in terms of where her mature frame size sits down the road. But I still think a female got some really unique pieces from the side. You get in behind her. Of this pair of females here, I do think she's actually got the edge just in terms of genuine dimension through her pin set, center body, and circumference of bone there at the surface. Nice pair of females there. I'm going to take one more look at them and then I'll get you a champion. We'll bring a second in and then we'll get a reserve. But if you would please, let's put a round of applause together for those exhibitors here in our champion cross drive.
Breed champion in the cross goes to Adrian Alacron. Reserve breed, Ruth Jones. Now we'll have our grand champion drive on the heifers. Be bringing in Rayleigh Woodward, Darren Sykes, and Adrian Alacron.
Well, just a few numbers here in our heifer show, but I think a lot of quality all the way through, and we bring back three nice division winners there back for our grand drive, and I think three nice representatives out of each of those divisions there. We won't go back through and retalk the cattle, but I think for me, there's a pretty logical winner, a heifer that I think just takes it to the next level in terms of her look, balance, in motion. I love this female quite a bit. Our heifer here, the Hereford female, is going to be our champion. Let's put our hands together for that. We bring our reserve Hereford that was second behind our champion there, and I think it gets awfully close for reserve consideration. We'll go back through and talk about the Shorthorn heifer calf that won our Shorthorn division there. I think it's a really nice female here, and I certainly think that she's in contention. Heifer that's very nice in terms of her balance, very genuine in terms of her pin set. I love that heifer's substance of bone, and yet she still gets out and travels awfully well. I think that's a heifer that puts some unique things together for what she is at this stage of the game. I like that heifer awfully nice. Our heifer here that came second behind our Hereford female there, we talked during class. A heifer that comes with, this is her best view right here probably, three-dimensional, just volume and shape. That heifer there, very opened up in terms of her pin bone, bold in terms of just her center body and just her rib cage. A heifer though that maybe is a little bit coarser in terms of the feature of her head, a little bit just rounder in terms of her shoulder shape probably. In motion, she maybe wants to get up underneath herself, but you have to appreciate just the substance and power that comes with that female there. Our heifer here that came out of our crossbred division there, one that we talked, just kind of unique just in what she is. Very moderate in terms of her frame size, but a heifer that still comes with a lot of style up there through her front third. Very feminine, flat in terms of her shoulder, good in terms of her look. We talked to her, where does she kind of mature out? Where's her end point as a cow? I think that she's always going to be just a little bit on the smaller side. maybe she's a little bit frailer in terms of her bone work than what the heifer that won our Shorthorn division there is, but still a nice female there that I think's in contention. I'm going to take one more look at them, and then I'm going to get you your reserve. But if you would, please, let's show these three young people a big round of applause and give them your appreciation.
Reserve Grand Champion goes to Rayleigh Woodward with her Shorthorn heifer. Grand Champion was Darren Sykes with his heifer. His Hereford, excuse me. Of course it was a heifer, huh? Up next, folks, we'll move into the steer show. Steels.
I tell you what, this is a well of pair of Hereford heifer steers here. Excuse me. I think both of them are very, very nice. The differences I see in them, the steer that's going to win the class, I think from this viewpoint right here, is quite unique. To come with that much just center body, that much upper hip, and just that much base width at the surface, yet to still be that neat in terms of his shoulder shape, that tall at the point of his shoulder, where that steer's chest sits in relation just to how his underline balances up, I think is awful, awful nice. I think just being extra critical on one that I think is extremely high quality, maybe he could set down in terms of his pastern just a little bit softer, but I think that's a steer that puts a lot of really unique things together, extra good, extra high quality. That's nothing to take away from the young man's lighter weight steer here that's going to be in second. I think you get up on top of this guy, his upper pin set is just really impressive. That steer is still one that collects himself with a great deal of balance. Young man does a great job getting him put together and getting him set here. I thought in comparison to the steer that wins the class, maybe he's just not as unique up front. He's just a little lower at the point of his shoulder. Maybe his chest in relation to where it sits in him, just not just quite the presence in what the steer that wins the class. But I think this steer is one that's got a bright future down the road because I love him in terms of his balance. I love his upper hip. A steer that moves well. A nice set of Hereford steers there. If you would please, let's give those young people a big round of applause and show them our appreciation.
Hereford steers, first place goes to Rainey Shacker. Second place to Reed Shacker. Up next, your Charolais steers.
Well, just a single entry here in our lightweight cross class, but I think one that could definitely withstand some competition. The young man brings us a smoky steer here that's just chock full of muscle and product when you get in behind him. Love this calf's rib cage, his upper hip. A steer that stands with a lot of circumference of bone there at the surface. You know, with all that power and substance, you get him out on the move and maybe he wants to just duck in terms of his shoulder, round out of his hip just a notch. But I think a steer that's got a lot of substance and a lot of product to him, still able to balance up. Young man does a nice job getting him shown out here. If y'all would please, let's put a round of applause together here for our single entry lightweight crossbred.
First place in the Charolais class, Camden Hokinson. Up next, we'll have the cross steers come in.
As we circle this class of crossbred steers around, I think maybe just the word that comes to me is just impressive. I think this is a really nice set of a cattle to be able to work through. That being said, I think the steer that wins did so rather handily for me. I think a steer that's just quite unique, just in terms of the way that he's put together. Right here, as the young lady gets this calf loin and put together, just awesome in terms of his lines. The way that steer's head and neck come right at the top side of his shoulder. This steer's jaw line down into his underline, I thought was just extremely good. That steer still comes ultra powerful out of a massive hip. You know, if we could be critical on one that I think is just big time and next level, he maybe wants to duck out of his hip just a shot as he gets around, but that's still a steer that I think puts a lot of unique pieces together. To me, he goes ahead and wins. The steer here in second is still a very nice calf. The Smoky steer, just really nice just in terms of his balance. That steer's very proportional in terms of his look. That steer's stout in terms of his bone work. That steer's opened up when you get in behind him. I guess when you compare him to the steer that wins the class, maybe just not as unique, just in terms of just his head, neck, his jawline down into his chest, reads just a shot plainer to me, but I still thought that's a pretty nice steer there to stand second in a pretty competitive class. Congratulations to you, young lady. Our black here's steer that's going to round the class out with, one that's very lean and just sharp in terms of his look. Young lady does an awesome job getting this one put together from the side. For me, though, I'd like to maybe alter this guy in terms of his structure. He's a little more pitched forward in the angle of his shoulder. I'd like to just dial him back in terms of where his knee sits in him. When he gets out and goes, I had the most qualms just with how his top line and how his hip came out of him. But that's still a nice steer there. That's got a nice look there from the profile. Young lady does an awesome job getting him put together. That's a very impressive set of crossbred cattle there. If y'all would, please, let's put a big round of applause together for them.
And third, Amy Farmer. The winner of Robbie Stafford and Ethan Wilkinson coming up for Group Champion is
Well, as the young people here get our two class winners set up and put together, just forehead in our crossbreds, but man, I thought it was really impressive, and I thought we had quality cattle all the way through. I may have showed my cards a little bit on that heavyweight class, but I think a lot of that one that comes out of the second class, he's going to be our champion. Let's put our hands together for her, and we'll bring in a second for consideration. We bring that second place steer that stood second behind our champion. And again, I thought a lot of that heavyweight class. I thought it was really tough. I thought it was really competitive. We're going to keep that pair of cattle together. This will be our reserve. Let's give that young lady a big round of applause.
And the reserve breed in cross 30 goes to Bentley and Harris.
Well, just a few numbers here in our steer show, but the quality I thought was through the roof. I thought it was exceptional. I think we've seen several cattle tonight that I think can go down the road and do big things at our Texas majors, wherever these kiddos are going to take them. I think they're of that caliber, and I think they're exceptionally good stock. I think we got two really nice representatives here. Our Hereford steer, like we talked to him in class, that calf does some really unique things from this vantage point right here. I love that steer's just shoulder shape, where that steer's neck comes right at the top side of it. The way that steer's able to proportion himself, I thought, is pretty unique. And actually, when you compare him to our crossbred steer, he may actually be a little bit just taller up front and a little maybe just more extended. I like that calf, just the way that he's able to put himself together there from profile. Now, he's not just as extreme just in terms of his parts and pieces as what this steer here that comes out of the crossbred class. This steer here just really opened up and overwhelming when you get him behind him, and yet still this just look, just the way that his head comes so arrogant right out of the top side of his shoulder, his jawline where his chest fits into his bottom line, I thought was extra good. It's a good pair of cattle here, guys. And I think we need to just kind of congratulate these young people on such a job well done out here. If y'all would please put your hands together for them. I'll go show you a champion, and then we'll bring a second in and we'll talk about a reserve.
Shacker with the cross.
We bring our reserve crossbred back out into consideration, and a steer that I think's got some good things about him. That steer's balanced in terms of his look. That steer's powerful when you get in behind him. You know, if I'm going to be critical on this steer, as he gets out and as he moves, he's just a little tight, just in terms of his hip and his hock when he gets out. That's still a very nice steer there that the young lady does an awesome job getting put together. For me, the one that is the second most unique, is the second hardest to build in my mind, is going to be this Hereford steer. That one will be our reserve. Let's give her a big round of applause.
While we're waiting for showmanship to begin, we do have Steak Fest tickets for sale up here at the table. If you need to purchase any Steak Fest tickets, it is one for $60, two for $100, and you can purchase them down here at the end with Hannah.
Well, we've got a really good group of senior showmen here to start the cattle showmanship out, and a lot of young people doing a really good job in my mind, and I think they need to be congratulated for it. At the end of the day, we just have one belt buckle to hand out, and with that being said, I think that, hey, there's several of them in contention in my mind, several of them that do a very, very nice job. If you would, please, let's put a round of applause together for them. I'll take one more look, and I'll get you a champion senior showman.
Your junior showman, senior, sorry, Riley Tucker. No one has a junior showman.
Well, a terrific way to end the cattle show here with a junior showmanship. And I tell you what, we've got 5 kids out here that are doing an awesome job, I think. If you would, please, let's put a round of applause together here for our junior showmanship contestants. You know, even within this junior showmanship, I think we still have kind of a variety of ages out here. And we got some kids that, hey, maybe just our first, second, third year or something like that. And so we still got a long show career to go. And so, but hey, my compliments to y'all for getting out here and for competing here. And I hope that you continue to have the passion that you have out here as your show careers go and then on from there on out. And so, again, I think we got some showmen that are doing an awesome job out here. And go congratulate them because they've done an awesome job today. With that being said, young lady up front is going to be our champion. Let's give a big round of applause to her.
Junior showman in the steers goes to Rainy Shadow. Next, we'll be starting our duck show with the lightweight goats.
I had it over
Really nice class here as we get off into the goat show, and I think this is any kind of indication of what we're going to see throughout the evening. I'm really pumped up. I think we got a nice top pair here. Goat that wins, I think, to me, his deciding advantage right here. He's just a little stronger out the backside of his shoulder. To me, where his tail sits into his hip, just a little more aesthetically pleasing. You get your hands on that guy. He's round-bodied. He's opened up. He's fresh to the touch. I thought that's a nice place to go ahead and start. Young lady's goat that's going to be in second here, one that you still opens up really impressive over the top side of his skeleton. Thought gets him in second. He just wants to dip off there in behind his shoulder blade just a hair. He's a little rounder and steeper out of his hip than what our winner is. He's got some nice bone underneath him, still got plenty of muscle. Young lady does a nice job getting him shown there. Nice one to be there in second. Good job to you. I told the young lady here with our doe here that's going to land in third. This one's got a nice fresh shape up high. I think the reason this one lands in third, he just doesn't quite balance up maybe as well as what our top pair does. A little bit deeper in terms of her shoulder design, maybe just doesn't flow back into her flank as nicely as what our top pair does, but still a nice muscular doe there to be in third. And it's really that muscle advantage that's going to get her over the one that's going to round the class out here. Young man's darker headed weather here, just one that we want to open up and just give more muscularity to all the way through, but the young man does a nice job there. Really nice set of them there. Young people do an awesome job. Let's put our hands together for them and show them our appreciation, and we'll get on to the next class.
First place in the lightweight goats, Thomas Floyd. Second place, Ashley Anderson. Third, Liberty Hiring. And fourth, Adam Meyer.
Another nice class here in our second class of lightweight goats. And young man's wins. I think you get up on top of this when you get in behind this weather. He's the roundest bodied. He's the most muscular. Opens up there behind his shoulder. Really, really impressive. And yet, I still think to me, he's got an advantage over our doe there that's going to be in second when we get him out and we stir him. I think that one's better than just the angle of his shoulder and his knee, the way that he gets out of his front skeleton. I think he's a little longer out of his hip and takes just a slightly bigger step to what our doe there in second is. I think a nice place to start there. Doe here in second, this one's really fresh, nice shape working over the top side of her skeleton. We get this one out in motion. That's where I just want to alter her. She's a little bit more open down just in the angle of her shoulder there, a little more over at her knee. Just doesn't get out and take as big of a stride as what our class winner does. That's still a nice muscular doe there that's going to be in second. Our weather here that comes next is one that I thought collected himself with some balance here from the profile. Just get up on top of that guy, and I want to see more fresh shape there behind his shoulder. I want to see him open up bigger in terms of his pin bone, but I still think, to me, he's got an advantage just in terms of silhouette and symmetry to that our doe there that's going to round the class out does. Doe that rounds the class out with has got some rib shape, got some body to her. Just want to give her just more muscle all the way through. I want to open her up there behind her shoulder. Want to just make her a little level, a little more attractive there out of her hip and out of her hind leg, but still a nice one there to round the class out with. Excellent set there. If you would, please, let's give those young people a big round of applause.
First place goes Eric Mendoza. Second place, Emery Hendricks. Third, Claudia Gale. And fourth place, Madison Thompson.
Another nice class here in our third class of lightweight goats, and I think one that does require just a little more sword all the way through. I think we kind of have some parts and pieces to pick from. Maybe not one that just puts it all together, but with that being said, I do think the one that wins is the one that best kind of comes to that mold. I think this one opened up, muscular. She's got a fresh shape working up high, and still, I think where that one wins is that one puts the muscle that's in the goat that's in second and puts the balance of the goat that's in third together in just to the best package, and so that one's going to go ahead and lead off. Congratulations. One here in second, you get your hands on this doe, and she's really impressive. Big rack working out of the top side of her skeleton there. It's just when you step off and study her from this vantage point, I'd like to just reconstruct her just a hair. She's a little bit deeper in terms of her shoulder design. She wants to run back up into her flank, and it's just a little rounder in terms of her hip. When we get her out in motion, she maybe just doesn't move as nicely as what the one that wins the class or the one that ends up in third. But that one is the other muscular goat that's really round-bodied and opened up, and that's why she lands in second for me. Congratulations to you. Our goat here in third, I thought, was able to collect herself with some balance. This one needs the base of her shoulder. To me, her flank line fits together better than what our goat there in second does. I just get on top of this doe, and I just want to see more, just in terms of muscularity. She's a little more closed up there behind her shoulder, a little flatter just in terms of just where her lower leg sits in her, but I thought that one's one that has some balance, gets out and moves relatively well. A nice one there to be in third. Our kind of brown painted up doe here that's going to end up in fourth. One that, again, I think has some symmetry. A goat that's long and level in terms of her top line, nice in terms of her bottom line there. Just get in behind this one, get up on top of her. I want her to open up with more muscle there behind her shoulder. Want to give her more substance there to her pin set and to her lower leg. Could maybe amplify her in terms of her bone work just a hair. But young man does a nice job there as we round the class out. With excellent set there, if you would please, let's show those young people our appreciation. Let's put a round of applause together for them, and we'll go to the next class.
Class 3 results. First place, Cambry Anderson. Second, Ariana Gallegos. Third, Molly Hugenberger. Fourth, Dominic Dominguez. Now we'll have first place come back from the lightweight division for a lightweight division champion.
I tell you what, that was a fun lightweight division to be able to sort through, and I think we've got 3 nice class winners, 3 nice seconds that stand behind them out here for consideration. Again, like we talked on the first class there, man, if this is any kind of indication about what the rest of the evening's going to hold, I'm really excited. So I think we got some quality to be able to sort through out here. Young people do an awesome job. With that being said, we won't kind of take any longer than what we need to. We won't go back through and re-talk them. Again, I think they're really nice. Young man here out of our second class is going to be our champion. Let's put a round of applause together for him. Young man out of the first class is going to be reserve. Congratulations to them both. If y'all would please put your hands together for one more time, and we'll get off into the medium weights.
Lightweight division champion goes to Eric Mendoza, and reserve champ Coleman Ford. Next up, we'll have our medium weight coach coming.
Nice class here as we get into the middleweights of the goat show, and really have several different types and kinds, I think, here to go through. Ultimately, the one I keep coming back to is the young man's. It's going to lead the class off with, I think, just in terms of proportion, in terms of build, this is where this weather exceeds for me. The way that he's just assembled here from the profile, I think just the way that his shoulder is tucked into him, the way that his chest forward, where his neck comes out the top side of his blade, and the way that his bottom line fits together, I think he's got an advantage over the doe that's going to land there in second. Now, this one's a little loose-skinned and kind of a little wrinkly-hided. Maybe that takes away from him just a little bit. I still think that he's got plenty of muscle when you get up into him. Just maybe distracts from his top line just a hair there in terms of his skin. The powerhouse is the one that comes in second, and that's what makes it tough for me, because I get my hands on this doe and I'm really, really impressed. She is huge over her rack. Her loin is really, really nice, really round-bodied and muscular. So when I get off to this view of her, I just think she wants to land in second for me. Just not as cool in terms of her shoulder design, where her neck comes out the top side of it. She gets just a little easier in terms of her top line. Her jump muscle doesn't fit together as nice as what our class winner does. That's still a really muscular doe that's going to land in second. Young lady does a nice job. Went ahead and weighed the young man's here that's going to end up in third, because I thought when he got this one propped up, he sets up with a nice balanced look, and he certainly does, or she does, excuse me. Just compared to the top two, I just want to open this one up, just give her just a shot more muscle right in there behind her shoulder, out of her pin set, down into the lower portion of her leg. But young man does a nice job getting her shown. She's got a nice balanced look to her. Just want to give her just a little more punch when we get in behind her. Young man's weather here that's going to round the class out with. Young man does a nice job here getting this one shown. Another one I think has some balance, has some symmetry, has some bone when you get up underneath this weather, just compared to the top three there. Just again, want to give this one just a shot more power when we get in behind him. Just give him more shape over his rack, open him up in terms of his pin set, give him just a shot more lower leg there when we step in behind him, but still a nice one there to round the class out with. Young man does a nice job. If you would please, let's put a round of applause together for them. They did an awesome job.
First place, going to go to Eric Mendoza. Second, Sarah Stovall. Third, Grayson Anderson. And fourth place, Darren Arnold.
got a really nice class here in our second class of medium weight goats, and I thought the top pair is awfully close in my mind. They've got trade-offs. I think both of them are nice balanced wethers. I think both of them really excel when you get them out in motion. They're both built right in terms of their skeletons. And then for me, they've got trade-offs in terms of muscle. The one that wins the class, although maybe a little bit more just narrow in terms of that one's pin bone, that one's got the advantage right out the backside of his shoulder in terms of his rack. I think he's just a little bit rounder in terms of his rib cage. He feeds out to a bigger loin, in my opinion. With that, I think he hooks up stronger right in there behind his blade. I think he's neater there at the base of his shoulder, and those are the reasons why that one goes ahead and wins for me. We got a great team out here doing an awesome job getting that one shown. Good job to you out there. Our dark-headed wether here that's going to be in second. This one stands on just a shot more bone. This one's got a bigger pin set, got a little more lower leg shape in this particular wether. For me, though, when I get my hands on him, he just wasn't as impressive. Right in there behind his blade. In motion, he's really good on the move, but he wants to get just a little bit looser in terms of his shoulder design. He gets off right there behind his shoulder, and he settles in second in a really nice top pair for me. Young man did an awesome job getting that one shown. Good job to you. The young man's doe here that's going to end up in third. Muscular, but from a design standpoint, it's probably where this one's going to go and settle in third for me. Just maybe compared to those top two, although, just maybe doesn't get out and move as well as what those top two do. Excuse me. That one was kind of acting like what some of y'all probably were when y'all were having to go back to school after Christmas break and didn't want to get out of bed that day. But that's still a nice doe there that settles in third. Young man does a nice job out there. The wether that's going to end up in fourth here, I think one that's good in terms of this one's movement, built right in terms of that one's skeleton, just kind of like we've talked before. Just want to open this one up, just want to give this one more muscle right there in behind his shoulder in terms of his pin bone and lower leg shape. You just want to give that one more power all the way through, but young lady does a nice job getting that one shown. Excellent class here, if you would please, like we've done before. Give them a big round of applause and a nice job.
Last two medium weights, first place, Bella Reardon, second, Grayson Anderson, third place, Richard David, and fourth place, Myron Hildenberg. Up next, last two medium weights.
Another really nice class of medium weight weathers here, and I think one of the deeper classes that we've sorted through all evening. I think really quality goats all the way through. The one that's going to lead off, I think, just really is the essence of stout, in my opinion. You get up on top of this one, he's got a great shape there just in terms of his body cavity. He's opened up in terms of his bend bone all the way down as you transition to the surface. This one, to me, big and stout in terms of his feature and in terms of his skeleton. And really, I think he's got an advantage there over our weather that's going to end up in second. He's just better in the angle of his shoulder set to his knee, the way that he moves out of his hip and his hind leg and his squareness as he leaves you. To me, I think he's got a decisive advantage there. I thought that's a pretty nice one to go ahead and win this class. Goat that comes here in second, and a young lady brings us another one that is just really just ripped up in terms of muscle shape. I love this weather when I get my hands on him. Huge in terms of his rack, really impressive in terms of his loin. Big pin bone, a lot of lower leg shape. With that, though, as we kick these things around the ring, just want to free this one up in terms of his structure just a shot. He's a little tighter, a little more restricted off of both ends, but man, that's a muscle goat right there that sits in second. Good job to you, young lady. I thought it was close here between third and fourth, in my opinion. Ultimate decision, the black-headed weather here that's going to be in third, little rounder bodied, little bolder, little more opened up when you get up on top of this guy. Now, I probably would just maybe want to tuck this guy in terms of his shoulder. I could make him a little leveler out of his hip, and I could intensify him in terms of his rear bone, but I think ultimately that's the rounder bodied muscular goat in the bottom pair here. I really like this red goat that comes fourth in this class. This one, in terms of his build, in terms of his balance, in terms of his look, I like this one. Get up on top of him, though, compared to his counterparts, I just want to see more of him. I want to see more rack shape, more loin, more body shape in that guy. But I really like where that guy is in terms of a look standpoint. Just need to power him up a bit in this particular class. Awesome set of middleweights there. Young people doing an awesome job. Let's put a big round of applause together for them.
Last three medium, first place, Andrea. Second, Sarasota. Third, Blakely Slade. And fourth, McKenzie and Nunn. Now we'll have our medium weight division championship round.
Well, just like the lightweight division, we get into these middleweight goats, and man, another fun group to be able to sort through. I think we've got 3 nice class winners, 3 nice seconds as well. I think we've described them, and so hey, when it comes out to here to me, I think we've got one that kind of wins, one that kind of is in second hold there again. Both very, very nice. So again, my compliments here to our young people that showed in our middleweight division. Thought it was awfully fun. Thought we saw some nice weathers all the way through. With that being said, one of the third class is going to be our champion. Let's give a big round of applause to her. We'll follow that one with our Class 1 weather. He'll be our second there. And so again, my
medium weight division champ is going to be Kenny Rhodes, and reserve is Eric Mendoza. Next we'll start with 3 classes of the heavyweights.
Nice trio of weathers here as we get into the heavyweights. And I think, to me, just the most fault-free weather is going to win this particular class. I think one, just from right here, a goat that balances up, goat that's built right in terms of his skeleton. You still get up on top of that one. He's got just muscle shape working in the top side of his skeleton. I think just a really complete, fault-free one to go ahead and start the class. Nice job to you, young lady. A weather here that's going to come in second, muscular, round-bodied, and that's what he has the advantage over the weather that's going to end up in third. For me, though, from a design standpoint, I'd like to lengthen and level him out of his hip. I could give him just a shot more rear bone to match the mass and power that he's got up high, but still a nice one there that's going to land in the second hole. Good job to you, young man. Young man here that's going to round out the class has got one that I think's got some symmetry. That goat's level in terms of his top line. That goat's built right in terms of his skeleton. Just get in behind this one. I just want to open him up. Just give him a shot more shape there in terms of his rib cage, and I think that would allow him to facilitate more muscle mass up high. But young man, you do a nice job there with our third place weather. Awesome job there by those young people on our first class at heavyweights. Let's put a round of applause together for them if you would.
Class 1 heavyweight, first place was Dave Richard, second, Brody Skinwalker, and third place, Aiden Saucedo. Folks, want to remind everybody, State Fest will be happening Saturday night at 6 o'clock. State Feed and also the following event time. Starts at 6 o'clock. Tickets are for sale right here. We'll be pretty ladies on the right hand side. Tickets are $60 a piece, or 2 for $100.
Nice group of weathers here in our second class of heavyweights, and really from a balance standpoint and in motion is where the young man's is going to win this particular class. I think as we kick the weathers around and just watch them move, that one's just built the most angular in terms of his skeleton. I love that one when we get him just parked and posed up there. Really nice in terms of his balance, and yet still has a fresh muscle shape working up high. I think a nice place to go ahead and start there. Young man's here that's going to end up in second. He's the other muscular, opened up weather. He's round in terms of just his body shape. He's opened up in terms of his pin bone. I think that goat still balances up well when the young man kind of gets him parked and put together there. I think just compared to the one that wins the class, maybe just not as unique in terms of the way that his skeleton's put together. We kick him out, he's just a little bit rounder in terms of his shoulder shape, maybe a little bit lower set in terms of his neck placement. Maybe doesn't have quite the bone as what our class winner does, but still a nice muscular weather there that's going to stay in second. And really it's that advantage he has over the weathers over the goats in third and fourth. The young lady is here that's going to come in third. This one, nice and level and strong in terms of her top line, has some muscle shape up high. I think you compare her to the ones just ahead, and maybe just not in the same league, just from muscle standpoint. Not as opened up in terms of that one's rib cage, just not as powered up from behind, but still a nice level top line, nice look in that one. One that's going to round the class out with stout in terms of just his bone work, in terms of his circumference down low. For me, though, just from a balance standpoint, wants to come apart in terms of his top line just a little bit. You get up on top of this one. He's just a little bit flatter in terms of his rib cage, a little more closed up in terms of his pin set, but still a nice one that's built right in terms of his structure, stout in terms of his bone work. Just like to give him a little more substance when we get up on top of him. Nice class there, if y'all would, please. Let's put a big round of applause together for him.
Last two heavyweights, first place Eric Mendoza, second place Jake Gray, third place Diana Gallego, and fourth Mark Fuentes. Next we have our last class 3 heavyweight girls.
I've got a set of 4 really big heavyweight goats here to conclude, and I think, hey, there's some sort in these, and I think we've got a pretty deep class here to be able to go through. One that wins, though, I thought did a really nice job of just combining the attributes that maybe we find in our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place goats all together. That one's built right in terms of his skeleton, gets out and good, goes good in terms of his movement. To me, that one still is able to maintain a fresh shape when you get your hands on that one. I think still athletic in terms of his bottom line, put himself together very, very nice. I thought a nice weather to go ahead and win this class. I thought it was close, and I thought there was some sort with the remaining weathers in this particular class. To me, the next just power and muscular goat comes next. The young man's extra just bold and powerful when you get up on top of this one. He's got a massive rack, a huge loin. Now, this is a pretty heavyweight market goat here. He's starting to kind of push the envelope from a maturity standpoint, in my opinion. His rib cage is starting to drop just a shot. His chest is maybe starting to slip ever so slightly. I still thought that he was able to maintain himself with a good enough balanced look there from the profile to stay in 2nd, because he is so muscular and so powerful when you get up on top of him. Now, I wouldn't argue with you if you maybe wanted to switch that pair and you like the look, balance, and design of this young man's that's going to be in 3rd here. This one, really nice look. Very level in terms of that one's top line. Nice in terms of the bottom line there. I really like this one's hind leg and the way that it sits down to the surface. I just thought for me, I get up on top of that one, just not the overwhelming muscularity that's found in the one that precedes it. But I still love that one's look and design, so I wouldn't argue if you maybe wanted to switch that around and if you preferred that. Our weather here that's going to round the class out with another one that has some strong lines, good in terms of that one's balance, has a nice shape up high. I just thought from a muscularity standpoint, mainly from a body shape standpoint, that one wants to flatten in there behind his shoulder just a little bit. Maybe he's the narrowest in terms of his pin set and the flattest at the base of his leg, but still a nice one there to be in 4th in this particular class. A deep class there. Young people do a really nice job. If you would, please, let's put our hands together for them, show them our appreciation.
Class 3 heavyweight, 1st place goes to Jenna Gray. 2nd place, Ken Gray. 3rd place, Noah Heinrich. And 4th, Amara Lewis. We'll bring our heavyweight class winners back in for the heavyweight division champion.
As we come here to our champion heavyweight drive, I really think that maybe this is as just as competitive as a drive as we've had all evening. I think on the others coming in, I think I had a pretty good idea of what I was going to do, and this one really having to go back and kind of study our class winners, study our second places, because I think that they were really tough. I thought we had some decisions to be made in those classes, and I think we have some decisions to be made out here when we come to a decision here for our champion and reserve heavyweight weathers out here. But I think we had an awesome set of heavyweights, really nice set of young people out there, getting them shown, doing a really nice job. If y'all would please, let's put a round of applause together for them. I'll take one more look, and then I'll get you a champion and reserve. Well, as we come to the conclusion of the GOAT Show here, man, it's been really fun. I think we've had quality stock to be able to sort through all the way through, from our lightweight division to our middleweight to our heavyweight, and I thought it was really, really good. On top of that, I think we had a great set of young kids that did an awesome job getting their projects presented, and so that makes it fun for me as a judge to be able to not only work through a good set of stock, but be able to work along an awesome set of young people. And so my hat's off, my compliments to you. You've done an awesome job. Hey, you know, kind of like I talked about in that heavyweight drive, you know, that was a tough drive, and we bring out here for our champion, and I think this is tough as well. This is not easy. There's maybe in my mind not just one that just completely stands out and says, hey, I'm the one that has to win. I think we've got really nice division winners, and I think it's tough. And so if y'all would please, let's put one more round of applause together for them. I'm going to take another look, and I'll get you a champion.
Grand champion guild goes to Jenna Grace with her heavyweight division team. Reserve green goes to Eric Mendoza. up, we'll have your junior goat showmanship.
Well, a great way to conclude our goat showmanship with our junior and then still senior to follow here. But I think, and again, don't need to work them just super long. We've already had our show, and so, I've been kind of keeping notes in the back of my mind about, hey, kids that did a really nice job showing, and hey, that was a lot. I complimented a lot of students out here, and I thought that y'all did a great job getting your projects presented. We're respectful in the ring, and hey, like I said, as a judge, that makes it really fun for me to be able to work through nice quality stock, but be able to work alongside you when y'all are doing an awesome job getting your projects presented. So my compliments to you guys. Thought you did an awesome job. If y'all would please, if you're as proud of them as I am, there you go. Give them a round of applause. And I'll show you our champion junior goat showman.
Just a reminder to all the visitors, if you're wanting to order your lamb or goat, you need to come up to this table and fill out the sign-in sheet. So that you will get full price for it.
Well, again, not to sound like a broken record, kind of like we talked about in the junior showmanship. Man, we've got an awesome set of kiddos doing an awesome job getting their projects presented out here. My compliments to you. And again, no need to work them any longer. I know we've still got the sheep to go. I've been kind of keeping mental notes in my mind about some that I thought would be in contention out here for our champion senior showmanship. And hey, there's a lot that come out here and do a really, really nice job. I think a lot of showmanship's kind of personal preference, and there was one out here that for me did an extremely good job all evening long, and that individual just, again, kind of rose to the top in my opinion. Always had their project 110%, 24/7, and so my compliments to our champion senior showman. If y'all would please, let's put our hands together for him, and I'll go show you your champion.
Senior showman, Eric Mendoza. We also have a sign-up sheet here. If there's any exhibitors you'd like to have add-ons to, you can come fill out at the add-on show.
just two here in our fine wool cross, and so they'll be our champion and reserve in this particular division. Going to go ahead and start the young man sheep. And really, I think in motion, to me, that's where the pair actually sorts. I think this one naturally just a little higher in terms of his neck and head carriage. To me, the base of his shoulder, where his chest sits in him in relation to his flank, are just proportions just a shot better. I still think you get up on top of that weather. He's opened up, he progresses back to be wider over his loin than what that our sheep in second does. I thought a nice place to go ahead and start. I like this weather here that's going to be in second. He's a little bit of a weight disadvantage in this particular pair of them, but I still thought that sheep's muscular when you get up on top. He's big in terms of his rack. His pin bone's nice. He's got a nice just work and turn there to his side view profile. For me, just a little bit deeper in terms of his shoulder. Chest just sits out just a little bit further on him. Then he wants to run back into his flank ever so slightly. For me, just didn't quite balance up as well as what our class winner did. But again, a nice pair of fine wool cross sheep there to be able to sort through. Young people do a nice job. If you would, please, let's put a round of applause together for them. You betcha.
Fine wool cross, three champions, go to Grayson Anderson, Laura Ruth, Harley Beal. Class 2 to the Rockwood Road. Oh.
Just being a transparent judge with you, I thought this first class of a Dorper hair sheep was maybe a little challenging to put together. We've got a lot of different types and kinds here, and so it really comes down to where you're going to kind of set your priorities. For me, I think the two muscular, fresh, good handling sheep end up sorting up in this particular class. Ultimately, I thought just standing there, the young man's collected herself with just a little more balance to me, just a little neater in terms of where her chest sits in relation to her flank. I thought out of her hip and the way that her hind leg sits down to the ground, just standing there, to me, I thought just collected better. Now, I think you set that one in motion. I would like to just free that female up in terms of the way that her hind leg comes down to the surface. I could let her go with just a little more flex, but I still think just standing there, that's the balanced, muscular sheep that's going to go ahead and win for me. The other really round-bodied, opened-up, big pin sheep's going to be in second. For me, though, like we talked about, just a little rounder there in terms of her shoulder shape, wants to funnel back there to her flank just a shot, gets a little off in terms of her hip, and that's why she settles in second. But I still think she goes in the top pair for me because she does have just an advantage in terms of muscle and shape in comparison to some of these others in this particular class. On the go, I prefer the one that's in third here. I think this one, in terms of her skeleton, is more my speed. The angle to her shoulder, the way that she gets out and moves in terms of her hawk or pastern down there at the surface, and her squareness, I like that more. Get into this female in terms of her balance, so her chest is slipped out just a shot. She's a little rounder out of her hip, a little bit extra set there to her hind leg, and so to me, just doesn't put herself together maybe as nice as what the top pair, and still maybe isn't as muscular as what those are either, but still a nice one there. Initially, I really liked this one that's going to come in third. This is kind of a high-performing particular Dorper in this class. Very extended, long-bodied, long-patterned. For me, this one's just been pushed a little bit far in terms of just the finish on this particular sheep. A little bit soft to the touch, getting behind this one. Maybe not as genuine just in terms of width, mass, and dimension, but one that's still long-bodied, good from a volume standpoint. Just maybe want to tone that one up from a muscle texture standpoint. One that's going to conclude here, the one that's got some extension off the top side of her shoulder, long-spined, good in terms of the movement of this particular sheep. For me, I just want to open this one up in terms of just his body shape. May just need to intensify this one from a muscle standpoint, but young lady does a nice job there. That was a really nice class there. A little bit of sort throughout, but a nice class. If you would, please, let's put our hands together for those young people.
Last two, first place, Cooper Court. Second place, Charlie Court. Third place, Mendoza. Fourth place, Paige Alexander. And fifth place, Connie Mendoza. Up next, your heavyweight, Wilson.
Again, just being transparent with you, I think a challenging set of Dorpers to be able to sort through here, especially to me, this top trio. Like I said, kind of in that lightweight class. So we've got many different kinds. It's kind of where you're going to set your priorities. Ultimately, for me, the one that wins, I think, combines the ones that are in second and third for me. I think that one, just in terms of muscularity, he checks the box there. I think he's opened up. I think he's got a good rib cage in him. That one still, to me, handles fresh and trim enough at this stage of the game. From a balance standpoint, still think that one puts it together. He's neat enough there at the base of his shoulder, level, good in terms of just his look. And then when he gets out and goes, I still think he remains collected in terms of his skeleton, the way that he's put together from that standpoint. So ultimately, I think that one becomes the complete one in my mind and goes ahead and starts this particular class. For me, second and third are awfully close, and they're completely different. Ultimately, what decides it for me is the one that's going to be in second, just more my kind in terms of the way that one's put together from a skeletal standpoint. Get that one out and move them. That one's very comfortable in terms of her build. That one's right in the angles of her shoulder, right in the angles of her hip and her hind leg. The reason that one can't win for me, though, is when I get up on top of this one, put my hands on this one, I just need to have more muscle shape and just more muscle tone in that particular sheep. But I like that one's build, I like that one's balance, and I like that one's proportionality. Now, the extra muscle shape comes in the one that comes next here in the third hole. This one's different in terms of just his type and kind. He's a little taller, a little more extended. He's trimmer. He's higher cutability type of sheep here. For me, ultimately, when we kick these things around the ring, he just gets too rigid in terms of his spine. He wants to kind of pull his hind leg up underneath himself, and I would just like to see this one go a little more comfortable for my liking. But I like that one's muscle shape, and I like his muscle tone. That's a nice one there to be in third. We conclude with a pair of them here that I think are very similar in their types and kind. Both of them moderate type of Dorpers here. They're big-bodied, they're big-rib type of sheep that have volume of muscle. Both of them maybe a little bit quicker in terms of their maturity patterns. They begin to finish out just a shot. They're a little softer in terms of their touch and tone and muscularity, but still, nice sheep there to conclude the class. Nice class there, awesome set of young people. Let's put our hands together for them if you would.
The results for head class Dorper: first place, second place, Adam Ruiz, Mendoza. Third, Samuel Mendoza. Fourth place, Jesus Mendez. Fifth place, Jesus Mendoza. Now for the Dorper 3-team handicap.
We bring our first and our second out of those two classes of Dorpers back out here. And again, I thought that the ones that came forth, nice sheep, those classes were a little challenging to put together just because we had so many different types and kinds in those particular sets of sheep. But very comfortable with the ones as we get them back out here and we get them together here. With that being said, I won't talk them any more than we have to. We've already discussed them in class. If you would, please, let's show these kiddos a big round of applause, though, and I'll go show you your champion in reserve. really exceptional set here to start the medium wool show. And man, I think there's a lot of good sheep even down in the drive on this particular class. I think as we get going here, ultimately just kind of fault-free ones are going to rise for me, and that's where I think the one that's going to lead off does so. I think when you start to compare him to maybe his counterparts in this top kind of four, in my mind, just becomes the most fault-free one. I like this sheep's outline and the way that he puts it together from a balance standpoint. That sheep's elevated up front. That sheep's good in terms of his top line. That sheep's got a nice hip, nice turn there in terms of his side view shape. Comes down really stout and really attractive in terms of his hind leg. Ultimately, I think as that one grows and progresses, I'd like to drop him in terms of his flank just a hair. I think that would even take him to the next level in terms of proportionality. But I really like that one just in terms of look standpoint. Ultimately, I think his biggest margin of difference is when we get these things out and are just in natural motion. I think he remains just a little better in terms of his natural neck attachment, where just the angle of his shoulder sets into him, his length of blade over our blue ewe that's going to be in second. I think a nice one to go ahead and start. This blue ewe here, it really gets me intrigued. I like a lot of pieces about this particular female. When the young man gets her put together, gets a knee in this one, man, she's killer. Just love the shape she comes right out the backside of her shoulder with. She is big in terms of her upper hip. Nice just shape working all the way through. For me, though, when we kick them just loose around the pin and we don't have a knee in her, she maybe wants to run downhill ever so slightly. I didn't think that she was just as short and neat in terms of her shoulder design as what our class winner was, but I really like a lot of things about that unique blue pelted one there that's going to be in second. One that comes in third is kind of similar to the one that actually wins the class. Maybe a little shorter, maybe a little more compact, but I think this one's stout, opened up, maybe just didn't meet my hand quite as impressive as what I thought he would right out the backside of his shoulder. Ultimately just reads a little bit rounder in terms of his hip. Maybe he wants to just kind of come a little bit straighter out of his shoulder, just a hair as we kick him around the ring. One here that's going to be in fourth is an interesting one in my mind. I think really neat and cool pieces in this one. The young man does an awesome job getting this one shown. My hat's off to you. Ultimately, I would just like to open this one up in terms of his forerib. I could like to just push his shoulder back in just a hair. Really what gets this one in fourth for me is as we watch him go, he wants to kind of just step a little wide out in his rear two, maybe wants to push his hock ever so slightly, but the young man does an awesome job getting that one put together. That's still a very high quality sheep there to be in fourth. One that comes next here, kind of a bigger outlined one that's really strong and level in terms of his top line. Just want to open this one up from a muscularity standpoint, just give this one more product all the way through, but young man does a nice job. We conclude with a really long spine, really level, trim, high cutability type of sheep in this particular class. I think when we compare this one to some of the counterparts in this class, just gets a little bit frailer in terms of bone work. Would like to maybe reproportion this one from chest to flank just a shot. But young lady does a nice job here with the project that's going to round this class out. Thought that was a really nice class of lightweight, medium wool sheep there to be able to sort through. If you would please, let's give them a big round of applause to show them our appreciation.
Okay, first place, Kate Warren. Second place, Robson Myers. Third, Braxton Lowe. Lawton. Fourth, Braxton Lawton. Fifth, Kate Warren. And sixth place, Katie Warren.
Interesting set in this second class of medium bulls to sort through. Ultimately, young man's Ewe-Lamb is going to go ahead and win. He's got her set really nice right here. I think one that is very proportional in terms of her look. Still has a nice, fresh, muscular shape working over the top side of her skeleton. She's opened up in terms of her pin bone. Ultimately, though, I think where she's got the biggest advantage over our weather there in second, she's just a little bit trimmer, a little higher cutability at this stage of the game. Now, just talking ideals, when this one gets set into motion, I could make her just a little bit natural or more natural in terms of the way that she holds her head, where her shoulder fits into her. Sorry, buddy. But I think that one, to me, becomes the one that brings the most good to the table in this particular set of them. Our weather here that comes in second, young lady does a nice job getting this one shown here. When she gets this one put together, he's got a really balanced, nice image here from the outside. He maintains that in motion. So when I get my hands on this one, he's just a little softer in terms of his muscle texture. Just doesn't have that just shape working up high as what the one that wins the class or even the one that's in third in this particular class does. But I like that one's balance. I like his proportionality. Just maybe want to tone him up a shot from a muscle shape standpoint. Weather here that does have that advantage in terms of just muscle shape and texture working up high. I just want to maybe make this one a little leveler, a little longer out of his hip. I'd like to just strengthen this guy in terms of his rear pastern and let him go a little more attractive in how his hind leg movement is. But I think that's still a muscular weather there. Can give you a balanced look. Just want to pick him up on his rear pasterns and just change his hip ever so slightly. We've got two here that conclude the class that are kind of similar in terms of their type and kind. They're both long-bodied, trim type of weathers that are strong and level in terms of their top line. Just like to open them up and just give them a shot more just dimension and just muscularity compared to the rest of their counterparts in this particular class. But the young people do a really nice job getting them presented here. That's a nice class there in our second class of medium bulls. Let's give them a big round of applause and we'll go on to the next one.
Class 5 medium bulls, first place, Roston Meyer. Second, Mason Gilly. Third, Grayson Reed. Fourth, Amber Henderson. In fifth place, Joshua Matthews.
Sorry about that, buddy. I probably owe you a trip to the cleaners because I asked for one more lap and that ended up being the downfall there. So nice class of medium wools here. For me, I latch on to the one that wins the class from the get-go. I think this one just really dense and burly in terms of his type and kind, yet still balanced and proportional. Good in terms of his structure. I thought that one was just a really complete one to go ahead and win this class. Nice job up there at the top end. To me, I thought we maybe had a little bit of sort here between second and third. Ultimately, though, when we set these in motion, this guy really showed off his athleticism. He's built really good in terms of his structure. He's free in terms of his movement. And ultimately, I think, to me, the deciding factor, he's just a little bit more relaxed in terms of his top line. He's got more use and utilization there to his hip and his hind leg when he gets out on the go. And so that ultimately, I think, gets him into that second hole. That's still an up-fronted, tall-fronted, nice balanced sheep there. To me, just maybe didn't have as much just body shape and dimension as what the sheep that wins the class, but still a nice one there to be in second. This one does have that advantage just in terms of width and dimension in relation to the one that precedes him. For me, though, just maybe a little stiltier there in terms of his front skeleton, wants to draw up in terms of his top line, get a little more restricted there. Maybe just doesn't set down them rear two with as much comfort as what I would like, but that's still a nice one there. Opened up, still balanced, good in terms of muscle shape. Just would like to see that one go with a little more flexibility on the move, but a nice job there to our team there in third. Sheep that comes next here in the fourth hole is one that's got a nice look when we're just sitting here and we're bracing him. When we get this one out and go, though, he wants to run downhill just a shot. Young man does a nice job getting that one set up, but I think just natural. That just a little bit flatter and a little narrower compared to that trio that precedes him, but still a nice sheep there to be in the fourth hole. One that's going to conclude the class has that advantage in terms of just width and power over this young man's here that's in fourth. So I just thought from a balance standpoint, this one just wants to run a little bit rounder in terms of that one's type and makeup, but still a nice muscular sheep there to round the class out with. I thought that was a nice class of medium wool sheep. Let's pay them off. Let's give them a big round of applause there, especially.
The last six, first place, Finley McKay. Second place, Finley McKay. Third, Galleria Mendoza. Fourth place, Bryson Reed. And fifth place, Ashley Anderson.
Another nice set of medium wools to be able to work through, and I think the young ladies, to me, it was in that final, as we watch them just move, that I think that one's got the upper hand in terms of just skeletal quality. The way that one's put together, out of his hip, out of his hind leg, just has more freedom out of his hock than that of the sheep that is in second there. That one still sets up with a really nice proportional look. That one you get up on top is extra round in terms of just his body cavity. That one's got a fresh rack and really just transitions nice. Now, maybe he's not just perfect in terms of where his dock sets out of his hip, but I think that one becomes the most fundamentally correct and fault-free sheep in this particular class. I like that one quite a bit to win. This one here is set up, and the young lady does an awesome job showing. This one wants to run uphill really nice. I like the way that this one's hip sets in just a notch better than what our winners does. This one, to me, bottom line proportionality is really nice. Still a round-bodied, muscular sheep. Ultimately, when we get this one going, though, he just wants to kind of duck out of his hip. He's just a bit stiffer in how he utilizes his hind leg. Just doesn't go with as much just freedom as what our class winner does, and so therefore he settles in second. But that's still a very nice sheep there to be in second. Young man here brings this one that, again, stout featured, has some muscle when we get up on top of this weather. I think you can those top two, though. He's just a little more pronounced there at the base of his shoulder. Maybe that weather's neck doesn't just tie in as smooth as what our top pair do. That's still a nice sheep there. Got muscle, has a balanced look, just, kind of fundamentally there. So young man does a nice job there. One here that comes next is a little different. This one's a type of sheep. It's kind of bottom line balance that I would like to maybe alter this ewe just a shot. A little deeper there at the point of her shoulder. Get my hands on this one though, and as it puts a little past his ideal endpoint. That sheep's getting a little soft. He's pretty filled up there in terms of his elbow pocket. I'd just like to maybe tone that one back in terms of his degree of finish. When he gets out and goes, maybe his top line can fit together. It's a little different. In this class, it's a nice sheep. Young lady is a nice sheep.
Third, Caesar Mejia. Fourth, Roxy Myers. Fifth, Eric Mendoza. Sixth, Carly Lee. Seventh place, Ashley Anderson. Eighth.
several or really four different just types and kinds represented in this particular class. Ultimately, I thought the young man's ewe lamb that's going to lead off just kind of falls together with the ones we've been selecting thus far in terms of this one's look, balance, proportionality here from the profile. I think that one sets up awful nice and it draws good in terms of that one's silhouette and lines. Still think you get up on top of that one. He's opened, or she, excuse me, is opened up to the top side of his skeleton. Still gets out and moves relatively well. I thought a nice place to start there. Muscular Weather here comes next. This one really round-bodied, really big in terms of this one's pin bone. For me, just maybe a little too deep in terms of this one's rib design. Kind of distracts from his balance just a shot. Kind of gets off in terms of his hip, and then in motion, he's just a little rounder in terms of his makeup in relation to what our class winner is. But I thought that one, from a muscularity standpoint, needed to stay in the top pair in this particular set of them. Nice job to you, young man. A sheep that comes next is one that, out in motion, has an up-fronted, kind of tall-fronted look there. This one draws pretty level in terms of his top line. I think in relation to those two sheep that precede this particular weather, a little bit flatter in terms of the lower portion of this one's leg, maybe just not as much overwhelming product in comparison, but still a nice sheep there that comes in third. Our sheep that's going to round the class out here and be fourth in this particular lineup of them, you get this one out in motion, and I think this sheep's really comfortable in terms of his build, nice in terms of his angles. He's just a bit plainer in terms of his look and from a muscle texture standpoint, a little bit deeper and just softer in terms of just his rib design look. He's the narrowest in terms of his pin bone, just the plainest in terms of his muscle. So again, he's going to end up in fourth in this class, but the young lady does a nice job there. That's a good set of medium bulls. Let's put our hands together for him.
First place, Eric Mendoza. Second, Grayson Anderson. Third, Tim Reeves. And fourth, Charlie Clark. Next, we'll start for the medium wool breed drive. We're bringing in Kate Warren, Boston Mike, Andy McKay, Kate Warren, and Eric Mendoza.
Well, if y'all would please, let's put our hands together here for the exhibitors in our champion medium wheel drive. I thought that was a really fun set of sheep to be able to work through, and I'll be the first to admit maybe our class winners and even our seconds don't exactly mimic each other in the exact same type and kind, but I think from each and every one of those classes, these were the sheep that to me just put the most good together. Each and every one of them became the most complete ones, and I think that's why they landed on them, and that's why they came out here back for our champion drive. Again, I think it's an awesome set. I won't go back through and retalk them. We've done enough of that, I think. There's two in my mind that I think come together. They're different in terms of their types and kinds, but that's okay. They're both good, and that's what matters. And so, an awesome set of sheep, even better set of young people out here that are on the ends of these things getting them presented. So one more time, if you would, please, let's put our hands together for them. I'll show you my two favorites.
Okay, medium old Bruce champion goes to take one, and the reserve champ is Kenzie McKay. Now for the grand champion drive, folks.
Well, we've come to the conclusion here on our last grand drive of the evening, and I've really enjoyed it. And man, the sheep show was just packed full of quality, I thought, and really fun to be able to go through. I'm going to sound like a broken record, but again, a really great set of young kids to be able to work alongside. It's made my job really fun out here. I'll be honest with you, I knew our crowd had kind of thinned. I didn't know it had gotten as late as what it did, and so thanks for kind of hanging in there with me. It's been a really fun evening. Those of y'all that have got to get up and show pigs tomorrow, I don't envy y'all. But so again, hey, without further ado, I'll go ahead and I'll go get you your your reserve and your champion sheep out here. Thank you again. This has been really fun. I know we still got some showmanship to go, but I've really enjoyed it. This has been really, really fun. I may have played my cards just a little bit. I like this pair of sheep quite a bit. Medium wolves are going to be our grand and reserve. Let's put our hands together for them.
Grand champion lamb goes to K1, and the reserve grand, Bentley McKay. Once again, folks, please still have tickets up here for Steak Fest. And if you're going to take floor price on your lamb goat, be sure you sign the paper up here at the desk. Just want to let y'all know as you head outside, enjoy the heat. We're at a whopping 30 degrees and headed downhill from here.
Well, an awesome set of senior sheep showmen out here doing a heck of a job, in my opinion. I think it's very, very close between a couple of them out here, actually, and just kind of subtle differences are going to end up separating this pair in my mind. But, honestly, probably wish I had 2 awards. I think there's 2 out here that just do an awesome, awesome job. I won't take any much longer, or, we have to. If you would, please, let's put our hands together for them. They've done an awesome job, and I'll show you your champion.
This senior showman, Braxton Lockhorn.
Well, as we can come to the conclusion of the evening here, once again, just like to reiterate, man, this has been a blast for me, and it's been really enjoyable to be able to work through an awesome set of stock, but like I've said many times, an even better set of young people that have been very respectful all evening long and have made my job really, really fun. And so my compliments to the exhibitors. I wish nothing but the best for you as you go forth in this year and years to come after this year. And so again, I thought it's been a great evening. So thank you for having me. I've really, really enjoyed it. And so with that being said, I'll go out and I'll select your champion junior showman. But once again, if y'all would please, those of y'all that are still here, let's put a round of applause together for them. I'll get you a champion.
Okay, folks, your junior showman. Folks, that's gonna do it for the show tonight. We'll be back here tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, getting started on this one. Once again, our judge tonight, Todd Gillespie, doing a great job. Everyone be safe, and we'll see you tomorrow.